Good morning, everyone. Hello once again. It is a beautiful morning today that the Creator. Oh, sure. Relax. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay, just joking. Here we go. You're incredible. Oh my gosh. It's a beautiful day today. Approved. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a wonderful day. We're so excited to be here on this final day of wellness and gathering. We are 5 minutes away from beginning our final day of programming. It's going to be a beautiful day. We have a wonderful closing ceremony and a beautiful feast coming up. We want to make sure everyone is in their seats and ready to go for 9 o'clock today. We have a wonderful formal program to begin as soon as possible because we have an amazing lineup of workshops happening. So let's get to our seats. For about 5 more minutes, we'll begin today's morning program. All right, once again, everyone, Tanse, welcome. Good morning, everyone. So lovely to have you all back here today. It's Lance Cardinal here again from the Big Stone Cree Nation. Hey, my favorite ladies over there, you're troublemakers. Ladies, trouble over there. Settle down. I know you want to get going, but let's go here. Anyway, it's a lovely morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here once again as your host, and looking forward to heading home today, although I'm going home to a blizzard in Alberta. A little worried about that, but it's going to be great. Welcome to the final day of the National Wellness and Healing Gathering. As you know, my name is Lance Cardinal, and it has been an honor to walk with you throughout this week. Now, it's the last day of the gathering, which I said before, and we've had a beautiful week, of course, full of wellness and healing and gathering and conversation. I wish we had a lot more conversation, but, these are the tools we learn. We take them home to our communities, and we facilitate these new ideas with our own people in our own way and continue our own healing and our own journeys within our communities. That's really, really cool. A little bit of announcement, we have a lost item we want to try and locate. One of our attendees misplaced a clip or pendant with a beaded strawberry, seen here on the screen. If you've seen this or happen to see it, it's very important to the person who lost it. Please bring it to the registration office. It has great sentimental value, all right? Now, once again, a little reminder about the luggage situation. I hope you have all your luggage in the back room. It's organized into different shuttles. Hopefully, it's all there for you. The shuttles are all leaving 3 hours before your departure, okay? So if you have a 7 o'clock flight, you're probably taking the 4 o'clock shuttle, all right? So that's all organized in the back. If you have any questions, just go to the shuttle room. So there we go. Now, I'd like to acknowledge and thank Elder Vernon McGregor for offering a smudge this morning. I hope you were able to stop by Governor General Room 1 to visit with Elder McGregor, and we're always so happy to have that smudge to start our day in a good way with blessings and prayer. And before we begin, a gentle reminder that health and cultural support workers remain available throughout the day. As always, please take care of yourselves in the way that feels right for you, and you are welcome to sit or stand, step outside, or connect with support at any time. There are many support rooms we have available in the lobby that you have some private time with some cedar blessings. Whatever you need, we're here for you to do that, okay? All right, we're now going to begin our morning plenary. Now, as we begin this final morning of gathering, we turn our focus to the future, to the voices, leadership, and visions of the next generation. Our next generation is a conversation with Indigenous youth who are actively carrying culture forward in their lives today, while shaping what healing, responsibility, and possibility look like for the generations to come. Their voices remind us that the work of truth and healing does not end. It continues through them. And as we turn our focus to the voices and leadership of the next generation, we are honored to begin this session with remarks that will help frame this morning's conversation. It is now my great honor, as always, once again, to invite Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, who is joined today by His Excellency Whit Fraser for the honorary witness of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to offer her opening remarks. Let's welcome her to the stage.
Good morning. Bonjour. Bonjour tout le monde, and hello to everyone. Is everyone having a good time? It sounds like it. I can hear voices all across the room, talking to one another, making new friends, joining your old friends, and perhaps finding new ones. I've met a lot of you this week, and my friendship has just grown some more, so I'm happy about that. First, I want to thank, there are the panelists there, each of our panelists for being part of this discussion, and I think it's very appropriate that we are having this panel session closer to the final, on the final day of our week, as the host said, they are our future leaders, our next generation. And I think our country needs more conversation that includes Indigenous youth like you, so that your perspectives can help our future. Continuez de développer votre leadership. So when I was growing up in Nunavik, my siblings and I attended the Federal Day School in Kuujjuaq. Speaking our mother tongue, Inuktitut, was forbidden, both in the classroom and on school grounds, even though we were in our own community, and this had, damaging consequences. So imagine a future where we could succeed professionally without giving up our Indigenous identity. It felt out of reach at that point in our lives. But think about it now. I think that we're in a different place now. Pour ma génération, garder son identité autochtone était souvent impossible. So most of my childhood, my friends that were sent to residential school far away from our community, I didn't go to residential school because my mother, who was an Inuk, unilingual speaking Inuk, married my father, who was a white man. And we were not eligible to be educated by the federal system. So what happened to my education is that my father ordered correspondence courses, and he educated us. That's how I got my education most in my higher grades. We finished Federal Day School in grade 6. I think that was kind of the case everywhere in those days. So after that, we were educated, mostly homeschooled through correspondence courses up in the bush, where there was not just the family living together, mostly at our fishing camp and so on. But I remember when my friends came back for the summer, they all wore different clothing than what I was used to seeing. We were always used to we wore all homemade clothes sewn by my grandmother and my mother in our family. And of course, there were no stores during those days. And if there was, it was a very small Hudson Bay store that only really provided the basic goods, not very much clothing. So my grandmother when they used to buy flour, they used to buy these big bags of flour, and the outside was made of brown material, and the inside bag was white. So they used to make parka covers with those bags. They would bleach them out wash them and then put them out on the line and get them really white. And that's how we had our parka covers, with the bright lines like these, but usually they were much brighter. But it's sad sometimes when you remember these things. But many of my friends refused to wear handmade clothes or kamiks. They were wearing jeans and like boots that we wear today. But all that has changed, of course. But in those days, it was kind of something I remember from that part of my life. And in some young people, I know a few that when they finished residential school, they never spoke Inuktitut again, and they didn't want to learn. So that was a very serious impact that was felt by some of the young people that went to school in those days. I think, I think I've talked to some people about it, but I think they really felt that they had to abandon their Inuit identity to live full, successful lives. And that's why when I talk about the future, I always talk about learning to live in two worlds. You don't have to give up your culture, and you don't have to give up your identity to be successful. In Canada, you can continue speaking your language and be successful in Canada. So that's a huge thing that we were able to overcome, all of you, all of us that went through the trauma and then have become engaging and successful in our own way. So to me, that's such an important thing that has happened to Indigenous people. And today, it really warms my heart to see more youth like you, proud to speak your ancestral language where you can, and to embrace your cultures, values, and your traditions. This is, I think, truly admirable. And I think it's one of the most important things that as Indigenous people, we can work together on. Culture, language is part of our lives. And like I said yesterday, or when we began, I've had to learn French because I made a commitment when I was appointed Governor General that I would learn to speak French. It's hard, it's very difficult, but what I learned is that you learn one word every day or every week or whatever, how much time you have, and you grow your vocabulary. So the words you know become sentences after a while. So Inuktitut, or any language, I think is learned that way. When you think of babies, when they first learn their language at home, they can learn two languages all at once because they grow their vocabulary. So all humans are like that, I think. Some smarter than others to learn a language. So I think the youth today, that you are breaking a cycle, really, really are. Despite the pain that your families and communities have endured, you have found paths to healing. Some of you are using new tools and new technologies to do so, which is great. I've heard and read stories of youth sharing messages of hope and healing through social media, because now a lot of the young people use the alphabet, and that's how they communicate in the language, but using the alphabet, because some of the regions, Inuit regions like mine, we use syllabics, as like in the Eastern Arctic as well. So syllabics is not read by other regions because it wasn't taught to them. So a lot of times we use the alphabet to communicate with. I do it too. I do it with my family, and I'm more versed in the syllabics than some of my siblings, so it makes it a little easier that way. And I think with social media, we're connecting with those who feel isolated. When you have many, many remote Indigenous communities across, not just across the Arctic or the North, but across the country, we have a lot of communities that are very isolated from the rest of what's going on in the country. So social media has a good part to it. It's just to teach our young people that there are bad sides to social media as well, and I think it's really important that they learn that as well. And I think what I see is we should embrace your ways of doing things, because life has changed. It's not the same as it was when I was growing up. Nous avons beaucoup à apprendre de vos chemins vers la guérison. In the Arctic, and I'm sure a lot of you know this, there is a flower called the purple saxifrage, and it's very resilient, and it's thriving in some of the harshest environments on Earth. And what you're doing reminds me of this flower. You are helping our cultures to bloom again. Merci d'aider nos cultures à fleurir. So my wish for you today is this. Never forget the past, because it must never be repeated, but continue to move forward. Embrace who you are and embrace your country. Thank you and have a great discussion. Nakormek, kayo si Tselang Abusi.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those remarks, which so thoughtfully framed the conversation we are about to have this morning. And I now am so excited to invite some youth today to join us on stage. We want to please welcome to the stage Thielen Kiknauswe, Benjamin Kucher, Autumn Peltier, and Aislinn O'Milgotok. And joining them today will be moderating with us Elder Claudette Commanda. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Since I gotta keep track of time, I'm sorry, but Good morning. Good morning. Quoi, bonjour. How is everyone this morning? Let's have some enthusiasm for these young people that are here on the stage that are going to share with us this morning. Your Excellency, thank you so much for, inspirational and encouraging words. Thank you so much for sharing those important realities of our peoples, and in particular, in encouraging and inspiring the youth to be who they are and what they can do. Chimigwech, thank you so much. And to the elders who are here, good morning, and as well as the survivors and all of community members. And this panel is going to be quite invigorating because we have young people here that are going to be sharing their experience, their thoughts, their knowledge, their visions, their desires, and also what they would like to see for the today and as well as the future. As what Her Excellency had said, never forget the past because we learn from the past. We take the past, we use it for today, and that vision for tomorrow is so important. So I want to thank Aislinn, Thielen, and Ben for being here with us. And I apologize to you that I have to be the one that's going to have to tell you time's up. But I really don't like doing that. I really don't. However, unfortunately, we have to, we're under time constraints, but I do know that each of you will share what's deep in your heart and your thoughts and your reflections and so on. And I want to thank you also for sharing questions. Truly appreciate. And I also have a question for each of you, but I'm going to save my question afterwards, okay? So are we all set to begin? All right, don't panic. I don't think there's any panic here, but anyhow. Wait, I got to put my timer on here. All right. I really don't like doing this time-oriented. So we know why we're gathering here today and the last few days. Excuse me. And we gather here importantly because it is about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the work that's been going on for the last 10 years. And I know you were here in 2015 when the report was launched. And here we are today with the survivors from our communities, from our families, our nations. And it's good that you are here as young people. And I could tell you that during the time growing up as a young person, we didn't have these opportunities to share our thoughts and our feelings, because that was a time when we really saw the hardcore iron fist of the Indian agent, or, well, colonization, and how our young people didn't have these opportunities. But on the other side of that, we flipped that over to see how it was our people's way to learn from our elders. So we didn't speak, but we had to listen, and we had to watch, and we had to learn. So it's varied in the same way how you've gained your experience as well and your knowledge by listening, by watching, by learning, but now also by speaking and sharing your voice with us, and I truly appreciate that very, very much. So I'm going to, I want you to be comfortable, and if you would like at this moment to take a moment or two to introduce who you are and where you're from, each of you, so everyone here in the audience will get to know you more on that personal and community perspective. So I'll ask you first, Aislinn.
Good. So my name is Aislinn Umulukwetop, Akalukdutiang Mutauyunga. So I'm from Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, and I'm very happy to be here with you all.
Check. Is this on? Buju, Ani, Danse, Kwekwe, Wache, Sego. Nimki Benoje Kapisi Samat Napisa Sandej Nakaz, Mangandodem, Kajunang, and Onjuba. Mnogajeb, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? We're good? I just wanted to say miigwech to Her Excellency for opening us in a very kind way and for uplifting us in our spirits and, you know, showing us that we can be whoever we want to. My English name is Thieland Kiknoswe. I'm Cree and Potawatomi from Wapul Island First Nation, Kajunang Territory. I'm a part of the Wolf Clan and the Loon Clan. And I was born and raised here on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. And I now get to call home Treaty 4 territory in Regina, Saskatchewan, where I've been living for almost, well, yeah, over a year now, actually. And I am the Saskatchewan Youth Representative on the Indigenous Youth Council through NAFC, as well as the Regional Youth Representative for AFCS. And I am very grateful to be here. So miigwech, thank you.
Is this thing on? Okay, good. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Benjamin Kucher. I'm from Edmonton, Alberta. I'm a member of the Métis Nation of Alberta and a descendant of the Michel First Nation. And I'm really grateful to be here and to have this conversation in a room where we're not only remembering the past, but thinking about how we're going to shape the future.
I'm very honored to be here with the three of you. You are, I know, and I've watched each of you in the work that you're doing, and I lift my hands to you. Very proud of you, and keep on doing that good work. So now we're going to get into the questions. We're going to learn about you. We're going to learn about your thoughts, your reflections. And it is inspirational when we see our youth taking leadership roles, when our youth have the opportunity to be in safe spaces to lend their voices. So I'm going to begin by asking Aislinn, what do you think are some areas where Inuit youth can be supported?
I think that there are a lot of areas where Inuit youth can be supported, but it's really important that we start at the basics of having a safe home, having food, available, and making sure that we're providing the resources that these kids need to be able to, support themselves and grow and learn and be proud of who they are and where they come from. And I think it starts at home, and I think that with the world becoming, busier every day, it's really important that we have mental health resources available so that we can support them on their journey as we go forward.
Beautiful, thank you. That makes a whole lot of sense, and I really appreciate I really appreciate you raising the importance of homes. Homes as as a security and all those necessities that we need for that holistic health. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on this. Thielen. I've known Thielen ever since he was in diapers. Yes. He was everywhere, which is great. It's really, really good. So Thielen, at the closing of the TRC, the late Murray Sinclair told you to continue to walk tall and sing loud forever. For you represent what could have always been. Very emotional, very powerful words. And I know you were here that day, and I saw your how you were attentively listening to what the late Murray Sinclair told you, and you were just soaking that in like you want to live it. So I want to ask you, how has the TRC process and the late Murray Sinclair impact how you live today?
Yeah, so I remember at the opening, I was asked to be a part of the opening and to sing. So that was 2008, 2009. I would have been 6 years old. And then again at the closing when I was 15. And I think it's almost monumental, almost 10 years later, right? Over 10 years later. Basically the same hotel that we had the closing at. We were at the Shaw Center, or I guess the Rogers Center is called now. And to be a part of those stories, be a part of that experience was life-changing. And my friendship with the late Murray Sinclair was something that I'll always remember, because when he had shared with me that I could have represented, or I do represent, what could have always been, I've always thought about those words and how can I be a reflection of that? How do I live my life, as a Kije Anishinaabe, and I want to be a kind man. And so as I grow into those new roles, into those, understanding those responsibilities, at every step of the way, I think of those words that he shared. And I think it's really, what he was saying was not really directly to me, but it was to all Indigenous youth, to all of the children that, we get the pleasure of raising, that we get to look at, that are growing up in our communities. We really get to, try and help them and support them and guide them as they enter this world, as they go on their journey through life. So I think, thinking of those words that he had shared, and the impact that he's had has tremendously helped me to try to live my life the way it was intended to be, and it shaped who I am. And I carry that with me wherever I go, and our friendship that we had. So I'm sure I could go more in depth, but I just wanted to share that for now.
Beautiful, thank you. It's such a blessing when you see children, and as children grow and how they learn and the roles that they take on, and it is a blessing. So I thank you for sharing that, your experience and living in that good way as the late Murray Sinclair had encouraged you to do so. And you're right, those words were said for all Indigenous youth. And that is something that we should always reflect on and continue to use his words as inspiration, and continue to use his words during those hard times. We all have those challenges, those trials and tribulations, but we're very we're very fortunate that we had Murray Sinclair with his wisdom to continue. And he really, truly, and all of us that knew Murray Sinclair, you certainly could see how he just was so proud of young people, the children and then young people. And he had great hopes, and he believed in you, and he knew you would all be successful. So thank you. Benjamin.
Claudette.
I must say thank you so much, Ben, for your enthusiasm for being on the panel and sending me about 100 questions. But I really, truly appreciate that very much, though. So, Benjamin, how does residential school denialism, you can tell I don't like that word, continue to affect efforts to search for unmarked graves and to support families and communities seeking truth and accountability?
Thanks for the question. And you know I'm an academic, so I'm professionally trained to talk too much and ask too many questions. So I want to contextualize this a little bit by saying that I work as an archaeologist with K&T Indian Residential School Consulting, and I've been doing some of the GPR work on finding unmarked graves for the last 3 years. Denialism has a very real and material consequence. It delays the funding, it erodes public support, re-traumatizes families, and creates hostile environments for communities who are doing the search. When denialists question the survivors' truths, they're also questioning the legitimacy of the searches for unmarked graves. And that skepticism filters into policy decisions, media narratives, and public attitudes. From my own work, I have seen how painful it is for families to have to justify their grief, or to defend the reality of what they already know to be the truth. Denialism adds this extra layer an extra layer of harm to the already devastating process. It is not separate from the work around unmarked graves. It directly interferes with it by stripping away urgency, legitimacy, and care. And so it is an attempt to turn a deeply human loss into something that is abstract or debatable. And I'll be the one to say the truths of our survivors are not up for debate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for this question, and thank you for raising the awareness of education, because education is so important, right? As what the late Chief Dan George had said. He had said that education is the new breed of warrior, and that through education, our people would take their rightful place in our societies and in Canadian society, and that we would become the greatest segment of society. So, education, 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 very, very important. And denialism, and we're really seeing this becoming more and more prevalent each and every day, which is not acceptable. Absolutely, it is not acceptable. And when I was a professor at the University of Ottawa, and we would talk about denialism of murdered and missing Indigenous women, denialism of the Indian Act, denialism of the fact that Indigenous peoples had the rights to their land, even denialism that Indigenous peoples are people. So I would tell my students, when I'm talking about denial, I'm not talking about the river in Egypt. We're talking about the realities that are here in Canada, absolutely. So I want to ask you a question that to go on to this topic of denialism. And as young people, you're witnessing this. This is a reality. And for anybody who would like one of you or all of you to answer this question, what needs to be done to stop the deniers? Who would like to take this question? If not, then I'm going to do the Socratic method. Hazelyn, we'll start with you.
I think that we just need to keep sharing the truth. We need to continue sharing it, and we can't stop it. This needs to be shared with all of the schools across Canada, and everyone who is Canadian and, who lives here, they need to really have a foundational education on what residential school was, who was part of it, and what are the impacts, because it starts at that, basic education again. And it's just, if you learn easier when you're young, you might as well teach them while they're young, so that, we don't have people who are able to vote saying that these things didn't happen, because it's just going to keep harming us.
Well said, absolutely. Thielen, would you like to add?
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. It's been said and it's been shown over and over that our people, throughout history, throughout the last 500 years, they've been trying to silence our voices. And so when we think about denialism, I don't think they think about the survivors. They don't think about the actual stories that have been told. They don't think about the people that are in this room. And so Indigenous people, people of color, we've faced oppression, and they've attempted to silence our voices and to silence who we are, to take away our culture, take away our songs, our dances, our stories, our teachings. And so it's very important that as we continue to walk through this life, as we balance those two worlds, as we live in urban settings, but as we also carry on the teachings of our ancestors, it's very important that we continue to be proud of who we are. We continue to stand tall and to encourage our young ones, to the next generation that's coming, to never be afraid to speak up, to share their voice, because we've had time and time again, our people have tried to be silenced. And so we need to share that it's okay to share your voice. It's okay to be proud of who you are and to be Indigenous. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Thielen. Ben?
Yeah, when it comes to confronting denialism, I think it's very easy to be caught up in the emotion of it. You want to run up there, find the denialists, scream, yell, and just tell them that they're wrong, and they are wrong. But that's exactly what they want. They want to provoke the reaction. They want to profit off of the stories that are here that they have no right to be profiting off of. And so I'll share here what Sean Carlton at the University of Manitoba told me, because this past summer I had a few run-ins with denialists. Our responsibility is in education. We share the same audience with the denialists, which is the public. The best work that we can do is to educate them with the facts and the stories that we have and leave it to them to make their judgments.
Well said. You're raising the issue about education, and the three of you have, basically it's about education, raising that awareness through different forms of education. But we're really seeing, post-secondary institutions, agencies, and other entities of sorts, they're providing that safe space, or they call it safe space, but they're providing space for deniers to espouse their very overt racism and the claiming freedom of speech or academic freedom. And it's a reality that they're being given these spaces. But I really like what's said here is that you also speak your freedom. Speak your freedom and using your voice by raising awareness that telling this truth. So now we're going to come on this question, because three of you have kind of answered this next question I'm going to ask you, but I want to delve more into it, because we're talking about denialism, and the opposite to that would be truth, the truth. And obviously we're here with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission 10-year commemoration. What do you see as the most important role youth will play in shaping the future of truth-telling and reconciliation? And I think this is a very powerful question, because you've been using your voice, you've been raising your voice, you've been walking with your people, you've been standing with your families, and we're all intergenerational or survivors, but you have an important role as youth. So how do you see yourself in shaping the future of truth, telling, and reconciliation? And I'm going to start with Thielen.
Miigwech. So when I think about how are we going to shape the future, how are we going to bring our children into this world and share with them that this is a good world, a kind world, I think it has to start with telling those stories, with sharing our past, sharing what has been done to our people. And these were kind of the stories that I remember growing up with. I was always raised knowing that I was Indigenous. I was Korean Potawatomi, and to never be afraid of who I am, and to always go out there and be proud of who I am. And so when I think about the future, when I think about how are we going to uplift those voices in our communities, how are we going to take care of the next generation, it really starts with telling those stories of our past. And never forgetting that we have a responsibility to our young ones. We have a responsibility to the next generation to share with them who we are, share with them what's been done to our people, but also to be proud of who they are, and to find joy, to show them the beauty of Indigenous people. We see this very often, and it's something that I've tried to dedicate my life to, is focusing on the beauty of our people. We have a lot of things that have tried to take away who we are, and so as I sing our songs, as I dance our dances, I always remember, how are we going to take care of the next generation? And it's through our cultural ways. It's through connecting back to the land and finding our roots again. And so I think that's what we need to remind the next generation is, we have all of these atrocities in our past. We have this trauma, this intergenerational trauma, but we also have a lot of good things to look forward to as we walk down this road together.
Beautiful, beautiful. Aislinn, would you like to share?
I think that storytelling for Inuit, traditionally it was like a pastime, and it was about survival. And we told our stories together, and that's how you have a lot of the knowledge that is kept today is by telling those stories to your young ones, and reminding them why it was important and why we had these stories, and bringing that into the future is really important. And using modern tools, such as social media, to be able to document all of this amazing knowledge so that we don't lose it is really important. Especially, kids are on their phones and their iPads more and more. We might as well use these tools and connect to them in the ways that, they're looking for that connection. And so, record when you dance or when you sing, record those and have those available, for your kids, your grandchildren, students. And because they, if they don't say it, I'm sure they still want to see it, and I'm sure they're curious. As a kid, I was very afraid to, reconnect to my culture and my language. And, there's just stigma about, going into something that, when you're not good at something the first time, it's scary to just try again. So, just if you have these available for youth on, social media, they can go watch it again when they're on their free time and, connect with themselves too.
That's beautiful. Thank you. You talk about storytelling, and it is said that as Indigenous people, we are great storytellers. And through storytelling, it's really how we learn. It's those teachings that we're learning teachings, and we're learning how to live those teachings. So that's really great. So thank you for sharing that. Really appreciate that. Ben.
Thank you. I have done a lot of thinking about this because it's very hard to narrow it down to one specific thing that is the most important. But I think for me, what the most important role that we as youth play is in refusing that erasure, both in the loud ways and in the quiet ways. What we're insisting is that truth-telling is not something that only belongs to the past or institutions. Academics like to claim to be the experts on everything. And so it's something that must be carried forward and something that's actively defended in the present. We're holding survivors' truths, but we're also questioning the systems that still benefit from the denial, the delay, and the discomfort. What I see so often in the work that I do is how youth are expected to inherit this work without being given the authority to shape it. What I see now is, as youth, we are changing that. We are insisting that reconciliation must be accountable, not symbolic. That truth is not negotiable. We're also expanding the way that truth is carried through language revitalization, through art, writing, poetry, digital storytelling, and community-led advocacy. And I think this awareness and having so many different ways to show our cultures, it makes it harder for the truth to be ignored. It makes it harder for it to be dismissed. It makes it harder for it to be rewritten. And so I think that is fundamentally reshaping what reconciliation looks like in this country.
Excellent, thank you. You know, you speak about, you've shared about, your thoughts on that important role that youth must play in truth-telling and reconciliation. And as youth, yes, we know that our people, we provide those safe spaces, those opportunities for youth to share. But we're also hearing our youth telling us that there needs to be more supports to be provided for our youth to engage in different, whatever it is that they need to do for themselves as well as their communities and their families. And I want to ask you this question, and whoever wants to, if you three of you want to answer it for each of your own thoughts and reflection, or if just one of you want to answer this, but as youth take on a more visible role in this work, and you do have a role in truth telling and reconciliation, absolutely you do. You've eloquently articulated each of your roles, and of course in the leadership that you're involved in, and you are all leaders. Absolutely, all know that. Would you not all say that, participants, that these youth are leaders? Absolutely, you are. Hey, I still think I'm a youth. No, just kidding. Well, you gotta always believe in yourself, right? My grandmother always said, age is only a matter of the mind. Stay young at heart and then young in your spirit, and you'll be young forever. And I lived by that philosophy until one day I looked in the mirror and I said, Grams, mirrors don't lie. Anyhow. It's a lesson for you youth, okay? Stay young at heart. But as youth take on more visible roles in this work, what kinds of support are needed to ensure that they can lead, create, speak without being harmed or silenced? And we're experiencing where youth, when they, especially for example in universities, when you have these deniers that come forth and they're espousing their racist views, and our youth take the lead to say, no, you can't be speaking this way, and so therefore they're threatened, they're armed, and then they become silent. So what supports are needed to support our youth, to give them that creativity, leaders, and to speak? Ben?
Yeah, I think I'll take on this one. I think the most important thing we need is protection, not just praise. Too often, we're encouraged to speak up until our words become uncomfortable. And then we're left to face with backlash and harassment and denialism. Support has to mean institutional backing, not just a statement of support. We need to take concrete actions. And personally, I know how isolating it can feel in the context of residential school denialism to speak out about this. In January of last year, a denialist was invited to come to my campus and speak. And I organized a counter event. I spoke up and I said that this is not okay. We sent a letter to the president of our university. We have not heard back. And so as president of the Indigenous Grad Student Association at the University of Alberta, we have to hold these spaces. We have to make sure that we're taking care of one another and that we have the resources that we need. And in the context of kind of the extent of the backlash that you see with this, when the denialist found out that I organized a counter event, there was an email that came across the Indigenous Graduate Students Association inbox that said anybody who participates in this counter event should be expelled from the university, simply for speaking our truth and saying that this is not okay. So yes, the most important thing we need is that protection.
Thank you. Well said. And I totally agree. Aislinn?
I just want to agree with everything Benjamin said and add on to it that we need to have funding available for youth to reconnect with their culture, reconnect with their language. And through that, it can be, reconnecting with your language and culture is healing itself. And I think that is reconciliation. And to be able to do this, we need funding so that if there's kids who want to go hunting, they can get those resources because it's expensive, So it's also expensive to make traditional drums. It's expensive to do all of these things that were once not expensive. And, there's so many youth who they can't reconnect to their culture because they don't have that accessibility to what they need. And building our youth's self-worth is really important in healing. So I just wanted to add that.
Beautiful, thank you. Thielen?
Yeah, I think just to kind of add on to what's already been said, it's very important that we do have protection. We do have safe spaces to be able to, gather and, to share our voices and, be able to feel comfortable to be who we are. I feel like we've had to be in survival mode for a lot of our life and for the past generations that have had to live in that survival. It's important that we're able to not just survive, but we can thrive now. We can be grateful for for the opportunities that come through the door, but also breaking down the door. Going through those obstacles and creating places where we think our voices are actually being heard. On a deeper level, though, I do believe that we need humility as we take on this work, and not just from from our country, not from people that are listening, and maybe those that aren't listening, but we also, I think, we need humility from our own people too. Sometimes we need to honor the voices. We need to think about how are we going to lead, how are we going to help youth lead, create, and how are we going to advocate for us? How are we going to advocate for creating those safe spaces? So, yeah.
Beautiful, thank you. Each of you that have shared the importance of supports that are needed. When you talk about those protection, you talk about the funding, you talk about those safe spaces. Those are realities, and when you were, Ben, when you were speaking, I couldn't help but reflect on one of my good friends, the late Patricia Montour. And back in the 1980s, when she wrote an article, and she wrote this article on, it's called a vicious cycle or circle, and it was relating to the child welfare system. And then in this article, she also spoke about Indian control of Indian education. And what she had said to the government was, you cannot create a program and call it Aboriginal and wrap it up in pretty red paper and say it's Aboriginal. When it's not, it's still a government process. But what was profound in her statement was that, and she was always of that position, it's not our mess. It's not our mess. And she told the government, you created this mess, and now you want us to clean up your bureaucratic mess. And so here we are today, and I really appreciate hearing your voices of young people, this experience that we're all experiencing, the nihilism, the racism, and how we need to have, safe spaces, and how that there has to be that protection. So I really appreciate you speaking about these, how it's so important that you need to be protected, absolutely, against all odds. But I also want to thank you for, you talk about the resilience, you talk about the survival and the strength. So again, I thank you, young people, for having this strength. And I know that our elders appreciate, and I know that our survivors appreciate the young people for standing with them and being strong. So thank you. Let's give them a round of applause for this, answering this good this question in such a remarkable, powerful way, Miigwech. But as we as you gave your answer to that question, you talked about language and culture, and we know that language and culture is so important, and we have seen how the last hundreds years of colonization, how it has detrimentally impacted our languages and cultures, especially through residential schools, day schools, and so on. And we see how our languages are dying. But we also see the strength of our communities that are fighting really hard and working hard to revitalize, promote, preserve, protect our languages and our cultures, because we all know that our languages were created here on this place called Turtle Island. We cannot go anywhere else in the world to find our languages. They come from the land here. So I want to ask each of you as young people, and I know, and you have said it, the importance of language and culture, but what are some memories or events where you recall language and culture being supported and you found yourself uplifted through that? Anyone want to share? And I want each of you to answer it, because I know that each of you have experienced a moment in time, an event where language and culture you celebrated and how it just uplifted you. Aislinn?
So I finished Nunavut last year, and we had a school of maybe 70 of us, and 70 Inuit youth going to school every day, learning about their history, learning about their language, their culture, and really practicing it together. It really brought, I already am very proud of being Inuk, but I was just very proud to be part of such a young community where we're all participating in, reclaiming culture, because, the songs that we have, the dances, and, our language alone, for a long time it was prohibited. And to be in a school where it's, supported and it's thriving, I was so proud to be there, and I'm so proud of seeing all of the youth going today, and I'm going to carry those memories with me until I'm old.
Beautiful, and you'll share them, right? Beautiful. Thielen?
So when I think about this question, there's one thing that actually comes to my mind right away, and I would say I was very privileged in my upbringing. As I was growing up, our languages were always spoken in our household, and I thank my parents. My mother's here today. And I think, my father is here too. He's just at home. But I was very privileged in my upbringing, because, my father is a Anishinaabe. He's a proud Potawatomi man. My mother, she's Swampy Cree from northern Saskatchewan, and they've both had their struggles, and they both had a lot to overcome. But as they were raising me, I think I'm very grateful to be their son. But they've I was raised with our language, and our culture, and even though we grew up in the city, even though we grew up in an urban setting, they always tried to make sure that they made time to bring me to ceremony, to surround me with our culture, with our songs and our ceremonies. And so, having that accessibility was very prevalent in my upbringing. And so it was actually funny growing up. I couldn't really talk until I was about 3 or 4, for those of you that may not know, because at that time I wasn't only learning English and French, but my parents and all my community members and family members, they'd come into the house and, oh, bonjour, tanse, and I'd be learning Cree, I'd be learning Anishinaabe. And so, I'd be speaking multiple languages at the same time. And so it would sound like I was just creating a bunch of nonsense, but I was actually speaking in so many different languages that I was learning. And, as I think about, those memories and think about those times, I try and think about how I've come into different roles throughout my life. And so I think having language and having our culture, accessible to those, especially like through NAFC, like we have the National Languages Forum, where we're able to gather, share about our languages, share about how we're teaching the young ones, how we're keeping our ways strong, and how we're looking forward to the future, how we've been resilient and how we can work together to make sure that our voices and our languages are never lost. And in other ways too, I've also seen really tremendous opportunities. So like in about a month or so, I'm actually heading to Asia to share about our culture, and I'm very excited to be able to bring our dances, bring our songs to the people of Brunei. And so, thinking about how am I going to lead in a good way? How am I going to, try and represent us in a best way as possible? It can sometimes bring a lot of pressure. It can sometimes be a lot to take on those different roles. But then I also think to myself that it's okay. It's okay to take up space. It's okay to speak in those places where you feel like your voice may have been silenced, or where you feel like you're going to crack. But it's okay to go through that. It's okay to it's okay to be okay. So I want to thank you for that question. I'm sure I could have more to add on, but yeah, we're gathering some support for our trip to Asia. So I would love to talk with anybody after this, and we can kind of share a little bit more. But I would love to meet you all at some point. But miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, Thielen. As you shared your experience with language and learning the language, you probably were expressing your language and speaking your language through all of your dances, when you were participating in those gatherings, those powwows and so on. And so thank you. Really appreciate that. That's a beautiful way of language revitalization. Thank you. Ben?
Yeah. I think for me, where my moments of joy come from are gathering spaces, where we get to sit and visit with one another. You see people gathering who haven't seen each other in a few years. You hear the languages flowing around the room. And in the spaces that I work in, we have the Indigenous Graduate Students Association and the Indigenous Students Union, so graduate and undergraduate. And we've really created a very unique partnership where in the Indigenous Students Union, they're teaching each other their languages. They have weekly bingo nights where you're listening for the words. Or it's the spaces where we see our artwork or our languages up on signs, showing that as much as Canada tried to erase us, we're still here. And at building on the privilege of these gathering spaces, going around with the Office of the Special Interlocutor for 2 years, that was an incredible experience to travel all across this country and learn about all of the different languages, cultures, and traditions. And so that's where my joy comes from.
Beautiful. That's really beautiful. Thank you. It's quite remarkable to learn from each of you, how you're expressing your thoughts, your feelings, your desires, and your life as an Inuk, and the importance of your language, and of course for you, Thielen, First Nation youth, and for you, Ben, Métis youth, and that's just it's just remarkable how we are very blessed to hear the different perspectives from each of your nations. So thank you. I want to raise a question on what our Excellency Mary Simon had said earlier, and I really appreciate what she had mentioned. She talked about living in two worlds, and that's something. It's so important because as Indigenous peoples, in our lifetime, we've experienced that. So I want to ask each of you, as young people, how do you live in two worlds? And, all right, I'm going to start with Thielen.
As we navigate this life as First Nations, Inuit, Métis youth, growing up in the urban centers and trying to carry on our traditional ways, it can be tough. It can be a lot of pressure. But as we balance, navigating those two worlds, it's important that, not just those that are feeling underrepresented, but those that are, trying to speak up and trying to take those spaces, I think it's important that their voices are also supported. So, as I navigate this life, what I think of when I see living in two worlds, it's trying to balance our traditional life, trying to go back to the land, to our hunting camps, to the sugar bush, trying to carry on our traditional ways, with our songs, those ceremony songs, trying our best to learn those, but also navigating this modern world that we live in, because it's not going anywhere. And so as we continue to see the population growing in urban places, it's important that we continue to navigate and try to support each other, right? It's a community effort. It's an effort that's going to require everybody. And I think as long as we have that support, I think trying to navigate those two worlds is going to be difficult, but we've had to face harder things in our life. So,
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you, Thielen. Ben? Oh, give Thielen an applause. Well said.
Thank you. I think finding a balance between walking in two worlds has been a particular challenge for me. I know some of you in this room have seen there's two sides to Ben. There's the academic, and then there's the community Ben. And it's finding a balance of how you can show up authentically as yourself in spaces that don't always accept that. And so making that room, taking up that space, saying, this is who I am, you have to deal with it, even if it doesn't fit into your world. And when we are sitting and talking with our elders, that's when we see the importance of, they want us to be in those institutional spaces. They want us to be getting our education to come back and help the people. And so that's what I keep returning to. When I'm struggling in my studies, I'm doing it for a reason. I am getting this education and this training to come back to my nation and to uplift our elders, our survivors, and the next generations, and saying that we are going to be the most prominent people of this country. And the way that I encourage this is there's a lot of undergrad and Indigenous students at U of A who think about grad school and they're like, I don't think it's for me. And I'll sit with them and I'll go, well, why? And they're like, well, because there's nothing that fits my research topic, because I want to research my community, my languages. And grad school, you have to follow a professor, what they're doing. So I tell them, apply anyways. And one of the really beautiful things that I've seen is that the percentage of Indigenous graduate students at the university in the last 3 years has gone up over 400%. When I started, thank you. When I started my graduate studies at the University of Alberta, I think there were about 250 Indigenous graduate students. And as of the last enrollment report, which actually came into my email this morning, there is just over 2,000.
Wow. That's excellent. Thank you.
For me, living between two worlds, when I was a kid, it felt like I would go to school and I was in one world and I'd go back home, and that's where I was in the other. And I've been trying to figure out how do I figure my way throughout these two worlds. And one thing that someone brought up to me yesterday was, when you're building an igloo, each piece, they can represent different people from, the community who have knowledge in very specific and amazing things. And together you can really network all of that knowledge together. And one thing that I got out of that was, it's hard to build an igloo alone, but when you build it with the community, it's easier. And I think that even when I go to work, I feel like I'm in one world. I go back when I'm done working and I'm beating, and I feel like I'm in the other. And So, you know, just making sure that you make time for both worlds. You know, always have time to connect with your culture, your language, and who you are, and make, like, you know, there's so many youth who don't have resources or access to the resources to what you have down here, and, you know, the traditional knowledge back at home, you don't have access to that here. And so finding that middle ground so that you can connect to both things is really important.
Wow, that's so true. What you just shared is exactly what we're hearing from youth, same no matter what nation they come from. They're really feeling that disconnect, or they're feeling that, you know, they're in an urban area and they're so disconnected from their homeland. And so they feel that alienation. But what's profound is that there's always the language and culture. The language and culture is so important, and that the language and culture is what gets you through those hard times, and the language and culture is what gives you the inspiration and the strength to continue going. Absolutely. So that's very profound, you know, what you've shared, each of you. And what I always say to young people is, you know, words of inspiration. Like, you know, even myself as an older person, when I went to law school as an older person, having my children, and my grandfather always said, you're on the foundation of who you are, your identity, who you are as a Anishinaabe. Nothing is going to change that. Hold on to that. And when you go into that classroom, he says, take who you are and just shelf it. And just learn what the professor's teaching you, because you got to learn about the law, and he's going to test you on the law. But the moment that class is over, you take back your belief and put it on you. And that's what got me through through law school. Whereas I saw my peers, they couldn't deal with it because they just felt so alienated. They just felt so separated. They just felt a detachment, and they just said, this is not for me. I can't be in law school. So what I said to them is, just, you know who you are, just put it on the side. No one's going to change you. Just listen and learn of what your professor's teaching you, because that's what you're going to be graded on. Get your degree, and once you get your degree, then you can go out there, and then you could change the world. And that's so important. So I really appreciate these young people sharing their experience, and then, of course, on how they've overcome these trials and tribulations. But again, language and culture is what's really the heart of everything, the foundation. And I appreciate hearing, you know, you sharing that as an Inuk woman, as a First Nation man, and as a Métis man. Now, I want to ask you, you know, we're talking about, we reflected on the past, we're talking about the present, but let's look at the future now, and is what our Governor General here had said. She said, never forget the past. Here we got the present, and we have to look to the future. So I want to ask each and every one of you, and I know for me this is, and I'm sure the audience will agree, that this is an important question to ask each of you as young people. Where do you see yourself going in the next 5 to 10 years? With respect to everything we spoke about, your truth and reconciliation, true language and culture, your role, your place in society, but where do you see yourself going in the next 5 years or 10 years? Aislinn?
So for me, you know, I reflect on what I've learned in the last 10 years, how much knowledge that I've been able to take in 10 years, and I'm hoping that in the next 5 to 10 years that has doubled, and that I'm not only learning it but sharing it with others. And, you know, just as you know, it's been 10 years since the TRC, you know, has happened, and there has been some developments since it's been developed, you know, such as the MMI-WG inquiry, and I think that we need to make things, you know, it's so important that we continue this journey in, you know, having that space and being able to work through what we haven't, you know, figured out yet, and just really focusing on what can we do now and what is possible in 5 years. You know, you can look at the past, what has been done, and how did they do it, and use those as examples to move forward. And there's so many systems to help language and culture thrive. And it's just finding those resources and implementing them with your own language. So I'm hoping that in the next 5 to 10 years, you see Indigenous languages that are endangered not be endangered anymore. You see dances that you haven't seen being danced again. You know, I want to see that happen.
Wow, that's so profoundly beautiful. You're like a little kokomis, a little grandma. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Thielen?
Yeah, I think as we look towards the future, that's something that I'm sure every one of us on this stage have heard is, you know, we are the future, we are the next generation. And I feel like I've been hearing that for a majority of my lifetime, and I've tried to walk in different steps to make those words come true. But as I look to the future, as I look towards the next 7 generations, you know, we can look at the micro and the macro. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, I think we need to see, you know, of course, truth and reconciliation, but as my father has shared with me, we need to see that healing, right? And that starts with each and every one of us. It starts with, you know, our own homes. How are we raising our children? How are we, you know, sharing, you know, who we are? How can we take that healing for ourselves? How can we, you know, expand that outwards? How can we heal our nation? How can we make sure that, you know, our people are being represented in different spaces? And how can we make sure that we have that accessibility to our culture and our language? And so as I think towards the future, towards, you know, the next 7 generations, it's important to carry on the messages of the ancient, but also, you know, look towards, you know, the future, look towards, you know, fulfilling those prophecies, continuing our 7 grandfather teachings, and, you know, how can we, as First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, how can we continue to represent and, you know, take up different spaces? So I think as we look towards the future, I think it's very bright. I think we have young leaders that are showing us the way, but then we also have, you know, the support of our elders. We have the support of our community. And I think as long as we have that strong kinship, as long as we have those strong ties with each other, you know, we can take the world.
Beautiful. Ben?
Yeah, so thinking about the future, 5 to 10 years from now, 2030, 2035, I think there's a lot of progress to be made, but it's important to acknowledge how much progress has already been made. You know, we've got 15 of the 94 calls to action completed. So in the next 5 to 10 years, I'd like to see all 94 completed.
Wow.
And so the future will be Indigenous. And I think the simplest way I can answer this question is to share with you all something that a friend of mine, Kieran Potts, said a few weeks ago. When reconciliation eventually arrives, it's going to arrive on a vehicle of Indigenous joy. And so making room for that joy is the biggest part of the bright future.
Wow, that's beautiful. Right on. Wow. To sum up how they see themselves in 5 to 10 years, well, the future. Aislinn, the transmission of knowledge. And when I called it a little kokomis, it meant little grandma, okay? So that transmission of knowledge you're speaking about. Thielen, you're speaking about healing and strength. And Ben, you're speaking about action. And then you put these together, and that's what our people have been doing. That's what we're doing today, and we're going to continue doing this because we all know we have that responsibility to the children who are here today and the children of the next 7 generations that will come. So it's always a continuing, like when we speak about, as Anishinaabe people, when we talk about since time immemorial, it really means from the beginning of that creation, which we don't know when that was because only the Creator knows, but it also speaks about everlasting. And that's just so beautiful and powerful as the gift that has been given to us as Indigenous people, whether we're First Nations or Inuit or Métis, but those profound gifts. And to each of you young people, you are a gift. Absolutely, you are. And I'm honored as an old lady to sit here and be your facilitator, and I am your kokomis. I love you all. I love each and every one of you. I wish you the very best. Continue doing that good work, because someday you will be those elders that our young people need. Let's give them a round of applause. Ishi Minigoosiwin. Minigoosiwin. Give them a standing ovation.
Yes, miigwech to our youth speakers and Elder Claudette Commanda. And also, again, thank you, Your Excellency, for your leadership this morning to open this important conversation as always. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts and your visions. It's absolutely inspiring. A few things I want to talk to you about quickly. I want to just take a moment to thank our tech crew, Encore, and the team back there. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Also want to take a quick moment to thank all the organizers of this amazing 4-day gathering. Let's give them all a big round of applause with our love and appreciation. A little side note, these beautiful centerpieces they created for us, they are available for us to take home after dinner, after we're done our feast. So if you can, take them home. And I don't want to see someone sitting beside me on the plane with a bush in their lap. So, I don't know, that didn't sound right. But anyway, the bushes are yours. So we're about to do our afternoon sessions. I'm going to just give you a quick, brief... Stop laughing at me. Stop laughing at me. 3 sessions this morning. They're going to be amazing. Number 1 happening right here. It is Elders and Healing, a session that centers on the roles of elders as knowledge keepers and healers. We have Life is Medicine, a session that explores Indigenous teachings around wellness and embodied healing, a session that focuses on reconnecting mind, body, and spirit through movement, awareness, and culturally grounded approaches to healing and trauma. So once again, embodied healing, that one's happening in this room. So sorry. And in room number 1, that is where Life is Medicine is happening. And room number 2, we have elders as healers and teachers. Okay, so have a great afternoon. We have a half-hour break. And then right away at 11 o'clock, we're going to start our sessions. And then back here for our final message and lunch feast. All right, my friends, have a great session. Thank you all so much. Okay, my friends, we are about 7 minutes away till our next session. So 7 minutes till we begin. It's a little reminder so we can still grab our last cups of coffee, and I do encourage you, if you can, to move closer if you are willing to be closer to our presentation, and we'll be starting right at 11 o'clock. focusing on how trauma is carried within the nerve system and the body, and how body-based healing practices can support regulation, resilience, and reconnection across the generations. So please help me welcome to the stage our facilitator, Dr. Lee Sheldon, registered psychologist. And a good friend of mine.
Thank you.
Nice to see
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Have a great session.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to be transparent. I'm not a doctor, but I am a registered psychologist. So welcome. My name is Lee Sheldon, and I am the owner of Indigenous Psychological Services. And so Tansei, I'm a Nihia Esqueo, very humbled to be here, and I just really want to honor the elders that are sitting in this room, that have sat in this room earlier. I also want to honor the land that you come from and your territory and your teachings. I'm originally from Treaty 8 territory. I'm Woodlands Cree. I'm a member of Swan River First Nation, Wapsiw CP Ochiniao. Please don't judge me. I'm not very good with the language. I'm still decolonizing my tongue. My Cree name is Pipichu, which is the bird, the robin that works hard for others. I also have a mixed descent. My father comes from a lineage of English and Polish. And so I have a very mixed of this colonial and indigenous blood in my system. So growing up meant I really didn't know what it was to be indigenous. I didn't have that. I didn't grow up traditional, and I also didn't grow up learning the language, and I didn't grow up in a spiritual way. My dad was very racist. So at the dinner table, it was a lot of fun with my dad being very racist and my mom being indigenous, but we got to eat bannock and pierogies all at the same time. So I'm going to begin with a song. This song was created by an elder, and this community came to her and said, we have all these boys, and these boys are really bad. They're not bad. There's no such thing as bad. But these boys they stink, they smell funny, they're hecklings. They're turning up their group home, they're messing things, they're graffiti everywhere. And the community said to this elder, please take these boys. Take these boys and help us because they're really bad. And so what she did is she went and took them on the land. And when she took them on the land, they lived off the land. And she would sing this song every day, morning and night. Way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way oh, way hi hi, way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way oh, way hi hi. Way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi hi. Way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi hi. Way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way hi hi. Way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way hi hi. Way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi hi. Way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi hi. Way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way hi hi. Way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way hi hi. Way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi hi. Way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi ya yo, way hi hi. Way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way hi hi. Way hi hi, way hi hi, way oh, way hi hi. And as you could imagine, this elder that sang that song, morning and night, the boys would sing, and they would sing. And what she did is she started shifting their nervous systems. when we have stress and we have trauma, you heard when it got really fast, way hi yo, that's trauma and stress. We go into a hyperactivation. We get into a high stress state, and then we collapse into a hypo, way oh, way hi. And so what she did is she taught them about the rhythm of life. We all have stress, we all have stuff, but she taught them that we can go in the flow and the rhythm of life even through song, that we could touch on the fast. Trauma is very fast, and we could heal in the slow. And that if we have the balance of fast and slow, we have capacity. We have what's called the flow of regulation. Isn't that cool that the elder already knew a lot about trauma and pain? And just by singing, the nervous system heals. The nervous system heals. And so I'm the owner of Indigenous Psychological Services, Kakiao Miawawin, and I created Indigenous Psychological Services because, mental health is very limited towards Indigenous people. They don't understand the impacts of what this does to pain in our nervous system. And so when I created it, over 1,600 people a month were trying to get in. People are looking for specialized services. And so when I went into creating an agency through dreams and ceremony, this came. This beautiful concept also came. It's called the Two-Eyed by Albert Marshall. Anybody know who Albert Marshall is? Yeah. And so what he said is that mental health is not enough. It's very evident that it needs a lot more support and specialized support. So he said that the Western approach is really helpful. We live in the Western way, just like earlier with the excellency. We have to live in these two worlds. That the Western approach is really helpful if we understand the science, the facts, how to work with a system that is based on outcomes. And we need science, we need research. And so there's a lot of skill building that the Western can provide. How do you work with anxiety? Well, Western has these things called breathing. There's some skills that we could learn. And then Indigenous approach is really focused on our own laws to healing. We have our own laws to healing. We have our own laws to the land, and we have our own ways of being. And what Albert Marshall said, Elder Albert Marshall, is that he said we need both. You cannot have one without the other. We need both to see, because they both teach us something. They both teach us how to be in those worlds. And if we only use one, something is missing. And so it also came in the story from Charles Labrador of Nova Scotia. And Charles said, you know, when we want to be in the two-eyed, two worlds, what does that really mean? So he looked at the trees. He looked to the trees, he looked to the land, and then he created this beautiful story. So if I'm this, tree of a birch, I need more water. I love a lot of water. Birches love a lot of water, sun, and just the right amount of dirt. So if I'm this birch tree, and I'm growing, there may be a pine tree right next to me. They like a lot of sun, less water. And in that pine tree, right next to it could be your neighbor. And so that pine tree, there's a maple. And that maple tree needs a little less water, a little bit more sun, just the right amount of soil. And if we are all trees standing together, me, you, our neighbors, if you lifted up the dirt, what would you see? Well, you're going to see a lot of bugs. You're going to see a lot of organisms. The ecosystem would be so rich that there would be an abundance of life. Whereas opposed, if I'm just this birch tree and I'm by myself, I'm going to have less life around me. And if I'm this birch tree and I'm struggling and suffering and there's a big storm coming, I'm going to break. But if you look at the teachings of the trees, they have their own communication system. They communicate for miles, that they're holding hands underneath the dirt. Now, if I was holding hands with you and you and you and you and you, we're gonna be friends. And I got your back. I got you. That you don't have to worry with what's behind you. It's okay, I could see that for you. I got that. That we could do so much more. That we could be unstoppable when we face these storms. And we're facing storms. We have Trump that thinks that we're a great 51st state. We got a lot of storms. So how important it is that the trees teach us about the communication and about how to be friends. And so the two-eyed says, well, if you and I are going to be friends, and you and I are going to be friends, that means that I can't be up here. I need to be beside you. I'm not better than you. I'm not less than you. But I'm going to hold your hands like this. And if we hold hands like this, that means I can't do this. I can't protect myself. And there's a lot of reasons why we feel like we need to protect ourselves, especially family dynamics, things that happen on the nations, that it's easy to go like this, and it's really hard to do this. It is. And so the one eye out means that I need to see here, and I need to feel in here. Even though if something is troubling, that I could still, as long as I communicate, can still hold hands with another person. But I have to be honest. I have to be truthful. So the one eye out and one eye in. When you think about that, one eye out and one eye in, what does that mean to you? It means that you're going to get to know what's in front of you and you're going to feel what's inside of you. Then we use both eyes to be. So if I was just to get to know you, how is that going to help you? If I just get to know you, be with you, and see through your eyes, we could really hold hands, and I could really support you. Cool, isn't it? So this part of this wheel comes from the Blackfoot territory in Calgary, and they said, okay, if we're going to learn about each other and we're going to be in good friendship and good relationship, well, we need to have this wheel that teaches us on how to do it. So I'm going to get to know you. Yes, I'm going to take the time. So if I'm working with you on your reserve, I need to do my work because every reserve is very different. The needs in Alberta is so different than the needs in your territory. That's my job. I need to do the work to understand what's in your community. So I'm going to get to know that before I ever come to be in front of you because maybe you have different protocols. And then to be with you is that I'm sitting alongside very humbly. I'm culturally humble. I don't know, and I don't pretend to know. And then to belong, let's build community. We all want community. Let's build community. We are community builders. How do we build community? Let's do it together. And then to do, it's going to take work. It's going to be work. It's going to be action, and we're going to do it together. Okay, so we're going to try to see your eyes. We're going to do a little thing here where I want you to go inside and have one eye in, and I want you to notice something. So did you know that you are made of earth? How many people know that? You're made of earth. Yeah, right. And what is your earth? What's your earth? Blood, bones, teeth, anything else with earth? There's what? Yeah, we are made of water. Absolutely. So you're made with water. You have 80%, 75, I mean, nobody really knows, but the amount of water on Earth is the amount of water that's inside our system. So you're made of water. Your water needs to flow. If your water doesn't flow, you sink and you drown. Your earth keeps you grounded. It's your bones. It holds the water. You need the earth to keep you grounded. Did you know you're made of air? Air breathing in, you breathe life in. When you don't breathe in, you have no life. You breathe life out. Did you know that you're made with a spirit? That spirit keeps you alive. And that spirit is that little fire. So I want you to notice when you make connection and relationship with your own elements, because they teach you about your health. So if it's okay, we're going to try something, and you're going to awkwardly not stare at me so you could stare at the ground. I want you just to do one eye in. If you want to close your eyes, feel your seat, feel your chair. One eye in, and just to notice your breath. And what happens when you pay attention to your breath and you become in relationship with it? Just notice that. Is that air fast? Is it slow? Is it moving? And then I want you to notice your bones that are sitting in the chair. Is your earth like a mountain, pebbles, tree, cedar tree? Notice your bones. Notice your earth that holds you. And what happens when you pay attention to your earth? Does something change? And notice your fire. Is it in your belly? Is it like electricity, fire, a spark? When you feel your fire, the deep inside of you that knows, you know deep inside of you, the deep inside, what happens when you build a relationship with your fire? What do you notice? The water that moves, the water that flows, the air that you breathe, the earth that holds you, and that little spirit that knows you. So you come back into the room with the one eye out, and what shifted and changed? What did you notice? Did you notice that it went really calm? So these elements teach you a lot about your own mental health. Too much water, there's depression, maybe you need to move that out. You're not made to keep pain. Too much fire, there's anger. That anger loves to burn others, and it can burn yourself. Too much air or not enough air can make you anxious or panic. Too much earth means you're really low to the ground, your head is way up here, you're not connected. And so when we come to health, when we know where we're at, we know what we need. If there's fire, we need some water. Maybe we need some air. Not enough air, we need to breathe. Too much ground, then maybe we need air, and maybe we need something to help us with water to move that to get us back. Now, when we look at health this way. So you have your brain, you have your mind, which is not your friend sometimes. So please don't use your brain when it comes to healing, and there's a reason why. You have your mind, you have your heart, how you feel, and what's deep inside of you. You are healthy when your thinking matches your feeling with what is deep inside of you. So how you think, how you feel, matches deep inside of you. You have a clear yes, and you have a clear no. Now, I have trauma that I've had to work through, and guess what? My brain is not my friend, and so I don't know how I feel, I don't know what to think, and I really don't know who I am. And so what happens is that I'm gonna go into big, large stress states. I wanna be angry and fight, or I wanna collapse and check out. Interesting. If this doesn't match this, that is nowhere near knowing who I am, I'm gonna live life with big activation, collapse, big activation and collapse, and I can't be in relationship. I'm not gonna be in relationship with my kids. Cool, hey? Isn't that cool? And so doing this work, what we have to really emphasize is that as a psychologist, when I got into this field, I didn't recognize that I was going into kind of like, I thought everything about me was fine. There's nothing wrong with me, I'm totally fine. So when I started to go into all of these trainings, Then I figured out I'm actually not fine, and I was living a life of dissociation or in high activation and how I raised my kids. So all of these modalities that I've taken, somatic attachment, somatic experience, indigenous focused tools, EMDR, polyvagal, they said, you know what? You cannot do anything unless you have the very first thing on this slide, relationship. I cannot support anybody unless I'm in relationship. So if you could imagine the tree analogy of how important it is that this takes work to be in relationship. So I can't really support anybody to help them heal unless I'm in relationship with them. And that's the number one thing about our culture. It's all about relationship. That I have to build a rapport. I need to recognize that I'm not from this land and my own teachings, my limitations. I have colonial descent. And that reconciliation is about action, reconciliation, like we heard earlier, and the constant repair that is needed for our people. And our responsibility. I have a responsibility to how I work with others. It needs to be ethically sound and grounded in what I do. And if you notice, we have courage, respect, humility, all of our 7 values that also teach us about how to be in relationship. Really, truthful and honest, humble. I need to be respectful. So I'm going to go into the trauma. And so trauma is very unique to Indigenous people. It's intergenerational. And so what that really means, it's passed down in our blood and our bones. So as you felt your water, you're feeling something. You're feeling the stuff that's being passed through. It's there when you don't even know it. So I am the 2nd generation of a survivor. It's inside of me, and I didn't even know it. So whenever you walk into a room, did any of you ever feel anxious? Does anybody ever feel like even to public speak or speak in front of others, there's a part of them that really wants to die? That's the blood memory of trauma. And so, and you can't even explain it. And every therapist said you need to tell yourself you're safe, you need to change the way you think. You cannot change the way you think when it comes to intergenerational stuff. You just can't. That's in your blood, it's in your bones, it's in a memory of your cells. If you took your hair and your skin of your cells, you can't tell that to stop thinking and stop feeling anxious. It doesn't work that way. And so it's beneath the surface, and it could be passed through, possibly not to all things coming through into the children, but maybe 1 or 2. So it says it takes 7 generations, but now there's new research that says that it doesn't take 7 generations if we start to heal blood memory, to heal the nervous system, which is really interesting that if I heal myself, I can heal my mom and I can heal my children. I'm healing 3 generations. And it's silent. This stuff is silent until we feel it. When we feel awful or awkward or stressful or angry, it's big. And so when we look at something that's being passed down, is anybody here fans of Dr. Michael Yellowbird? Yeah, you are, because he's amazing. He's my boyfriend. I stalk him. I also follow him everywhere. You have to. If you love this stuff, you got to follow him. On YouTube, I watched every YouTube video. I have his phone number. He's never messaged me back. I don't know why. I feel like I'm a good person, but I am like that, big fan that's really overbearing. So if you watch any of his YouTube videos, he has this new concept called microchism. And what microchism is that as soon as I'm pregnant with a baby, that whatever I don't heal gets passed through the belly button. Whatever I don't heal gets passed through to my children. Because my children are going to survive from what I experienced. Hopefully that makes sense. What that means is that my mom survived genocide, and she created in my nervous system to survive what is out here. So we could pass that through. And then the beautiful thing about being pregnant is that that baby can heal and travel up the nervous system and heal what I can't heal. That's the power of carrying a baby. And so if there's moms out here that have had their children and their babies and they're not around them, or even yourself, and you notice something, you think about my son, he's struggling right now. I don't know why I'm thinking about him. You don't shut it down. That's the communication between the cells. New moms could really feel this strongly. There's something not right with my baby. She's with the care of my mom right now. Why do I feel like I need to check on her? That's the communication of cells. When the baby is under stress, the mom will feel it. So we listen to it. Just as pain gets passed through, so does healing. So does our ancestors. Stephen Porges Stephen Porges is absolutely boring. Please don't look him up. When he does his thing on training, he'll put you to sleep. If you ever need to go to sleep, listen to Stephen Porges. But he was the first researcher, 1970, to say that spirituality is actually part of a person, but it's part of their social engagement center. And that your cellular memory of your social engagement center is being passed through from your ancestors. So just as we pass pain through, we pass ancestral knowledge through. So trauma is like cancer. If you don't heal it, it can kill you. Sharon Venn did a presentation in Edmonton, and she said because of the significant thing about our trauma is that it reduces our lifespan from 70 to 40 to 60, all because of trauma. And she says that this actually can be reduced because of the significance of this creates addictions, mental health, suicide, all of these things that are actually preventable. So it can be treated, and it's just like cancer. It's not just psychological, it's physiological. It's in your bones. It can also mean that there's something that didn't happen. You could be perfectly fine. Nothing happened, but maybe you didn't get hugged. My mom never told me she loved me. That's traumatizing. I know she loves me. Unmet emotional needs. When I'm not getting the support I need in that time, can create an offline hijacked system. That the nervous system, the neurophysiology will shift. Your brain will stop working with certain parts, and it'll shrink, and the other parts that aren't supposed to be working will expand. So there's this thing that my boyfriend says, Dr. Michael, I'm actually happily married, just so you know. Dr. Michael Yellowbird said that if we don't take care of our stress, what is your relationship with your stress? What's your relationship with your body? That if we don't take care of your stress, you start to produce amyloid proteins, which are the entanglement of certain brain cells that will shrink your brain, that are also linked to Alzheimer's. And he also says, I mean, this guy looks 72, but he looks 50. He meditates and he does his mindfulness stuff. I see him on Facebook, that's how I know, because he did a picture of his leg. But he said you could actually reduce aging by some of the things that our culture does. There are so many things that our culture does that can reduce aging. I say laughter. So, intergenerational healing. If we have this pain inside, the power of kinship, as soon as I become in relationship with you, and I'm your friend because you're looking at me, we're going to be friends. We're going to be in relationship. That I'm already going to shift your brain with the oxytocin. As soon as I be in relationship with you and connect, I can shift your brain with my mirroring neurons and get your brain to produce what's called oxytocin. Oxytocin regulates and modulates a very dysregulated nervous system. So that meant that when I had children, when I had children, I was like this, stop. That's not good, because that was what happened with me. Instead, if I gave them a hug. So I have 4 children, 3 are my adult children. I like to tell them that I get better at being a mom the more I have kids, because I'm going to try and do it better as I go. They don't think that's funny. But I do believe, what if we just hugged when somebody was upset? Because I could see it. It works. Healing the spirit, healing soul wound. This is a soul wound. And this type of genocide is soul wound. It's to take the person out, bring the person back. Healing soul wound. Relational trauma requires relational healing. You can't heal a relational trauma without relational healing. Because that's how do we feel safe and how do we trust. Relationship with the land and our ancestors. That's the intergenerational healing. So I'm not an elder. I know I look 25. And I'm not a knowledge keeper, but I really study the culture. I really study the science behind it. Stop laughing. I really study the science behind why certain things work. Why does this work? And so I found this amazing model, and you could always look it up, and he did this at a treatment center, and he's from Saskatchewan, and his name is Rod Vickers. And so what he did is he created a model basically saying, why is our trauma so significant? Why are we having all of these things that don't fit into a regular model? And so how do we put the trauma in a place where we could get people to understand it, and also how to heal it through the wheel? And so there was a group of them that provided this study, and they used this for treatment centers for harm reduction for addictions. Because they really wanted to teach psychologists and doctors and psychiatrists, we got to look at this so different. So what's cool is that, yes, he put the different types of trauma in the different directions of life, but what's really cool is that this is all somatic. The somatic attachment is all in this wheel. Erickson's psychosocial model, it's all how to trust somebody, it's all in this wheel. Social engagement center theory, it's actually all in this wheel. And so did you know that Erickson took that model from indigenous people in the States? It's all in this wheel. So as I became so trauma informed, I'm really smart now, not really, but I've learned how it's all came from a wheel. It's really interesting. Does anybody want to hold my baby? Come on, you want to hold my baby. Oh, we gotta take good care of her. I'll need her back. Thank you. That baby has healing powers. What's really important in this wheel is that it's all about the directions. So like I said, I'm not a knowledge keeper, but maybe this is something that you could bring to your own teachings. Maybe there's something here that you can see from your own wheel. And so I don't ever want to propose any appropriation or assimilation. This is based on his stuff and how somatic can fit in here. Okay? So in the yellow is the east. The sun rises. And when the sun rises, what do we think about every day? It's a new beginning. I could forget about how I wanted to throat punch my husband yesterday. I could let it go. Sometimes I don't. But in the East, it's a new day, and I could let go of all of those things that I did yesterday. I could try again. I could try again. And in the East, it teaches us about the beauty as sun comes in of joy and love. It teaches us about these new beginnings. And when you think about new, you think about the baby. That baby needs a lot of love. That baby needs a regulated nervous system. That baby, it communicates when it cries and screams. If it cries and screams, and all of that is coming out, that baby needs this. Maybe it needs the swing. Maybe it needs skin-on-skin contact. Maybe it needs a regulated nervous system to regulate a dysregulated little thing, okay? So in the East, the sun rises, it's new beginnings. We learn here, it's about love. It's also our baby, child energy. And when we have little toddlers and children, what do we see? They're moving, they're fast, they keep us going. They're really, really exploring all of those things. And also, 300 times a day we say, no, don't touch that, no, don't do that, no, for toddlers. Because they're exploring. There's information that says that if I hug my child 12 times a day, I can change their brain. How many of you hug your children, your teenagers, 12 times a day? Even if they're being little buttheads, do you hug them 12 times a day? So this direction or this energy is an energy that is actually stored here. So scientifically, your energy is right here when you're in the East. And we like to play, we like to dance, we like to fool around. We really need to learn as adults how to play because it regulates our nervous system. Can you be silly? Can you drop down in a dance? Can you start singing? That's what helps these kids. So if I'm here and my energy is here, guess what is happening to your brain? It means that there's survival energy that is in your brain that is the most active part of you. Survival energy means what? Big energy. It means that 0 to 10. It means that you're not in control of that, but you want to go, ah! That gets stored in the system right here. That's what's producing that. Because if that little baby started crying, we would hear it. We would all hear it, and our mirroring neurons would start to focus on the baby. That's what's going to keep that baby alive. That's what's going to keep that toddler alive. So there's already something in the system that is saying that's what's going to keep that baby alive. And that's what keeps that baby alive. So when something like survival energy gets locked, it stays there. You'll feel it in your heart, you'll feel it in your lungs, and you'll feel it in your gut. Energy can get trapped. Pain needs a pathway. Okay? And then in the South, the sun is in the middle of the day, it's the hottest time of day, it's our teenager time. What were you like as teenagers? I was awful. Any nice teenagers here? Because I would really like to know, how in the heck did you do that? So teenagers are, oh, I see one nice teenager over there. Put your hand up. Yeah, look at that. In the whole room, we have one nice teenager. Hola. You got it going on. Okay, so as a teenager, we are resistant. We want to retaliate. Are you putting up your hand? Because you also, another one. Wow. I wasn't. We also want to talk back, and we want control. In this part of the brain, the limbic system is speaking. The limbic system is your emotional brain. The emo, or whatever that's called, the emo time. That means that your limbic system, your emotions, are also going 0 to 10. There's no 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's just 10. So teenagers will want to fight you, or they want to take off and run away, or they want to tell you how it's done. And the reason why they're so controlling of what's happening in the environment is because they actually don't have control what's happening in their brain. There's too many things being developed and going on inside the brain. So in this time, I think it's red because we have a lot of anger, or we have a lot of resistance, except for those two. And we will fight, or we're going to run away. With here, we can't fight and we can't run away because we can't move that way. We can't walk out of the room. So what we're going to do is we're going to scream. And if nobody hears us, we're going to shut down and we're going to freeze. We're going to collapse. And then over here, this actually teaches us, the South, the red, to be in relationship. We're going to be in relationship because we're maybe going to get married later, or how to have a conflict. That yes, they're very high conflictual, but working through the conflict is how I'm going to work through conflict as an adult. So if I only have adults that are screaming at me as an adult, that's how I'm programmed to work with conflict. That's your internal working model. How I handle relationship in conflict gets hardwired here. And then in the west, the sun sets. And as the sun sets, it's our adult stage. We work very hard as adults because we're trying to do the right thing. We're going to take care of the baby. We're going to take care of the youth, the teenagers. And so in the West, as the sun sets, we start reflecting. The number one age group of people that come into therapy is 21 to 25. And that's because the brain has stopped developing. It's ready to start processing. Your brain is a computer system that needs to process files. If it can't file any of your memories and any of your experiences, it's always going to go back in time for you to fix it. That's all the brain is doing. So when somebody gets upset and they get triggered, I'm like, yes, that's actually really good. Because your brain is trying to heal itself, but it's going back in time so we can heal it. We may have to go back in time to heal it. Or we may have to go to the body that's experiencing it. Maybe your body needs this right now. And when you look at this, it looks like I'm hugging me. And this is what Peter Levine says. If you put one hand here, and you take a breath, breathe that through, your system becomes regulated. Or one hand here and one hand here, so my brain is working. I can feel my brain here with this one hand and one hand on my chest. It's like you were doing it. That can stimulate my nervous with my vagus nerve. It's not Las Vegas. That's a different thing. But that vagus nerve brings the brain forward because trauma, the brain goes backward. Maybe that's all that I need is this, and breathing in. Feel your water, feel your bones, feel your air. I didn't have to go back in time, but I'm going to what my body needs when it goes into a place of the time. And how important it is when we heal, we're building the observer. Because our brain doesn't work the same. So we're building the brain to observe our bodies. And so this is what, in the adult, we process, we learn, we are regulated, maybe a little too logical. But here, we need to be in the West, very grounded. We need to be very solid to hold somebody who's not, to hold somebody who wants to fight. So in the adult, we're always looking and taking care of others. And in the North is about all of our ancestors. If you believe into God, creator, universe, whatever it is that you believe in, it's something bigger than you. We know that there is something bigger than you. It's something bigger than you here. And we come to a place where maybe we can find our medicines, where we can heal something here from the land, the connection, the deep, 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 deep inside of us. that knows. It's a deeper knowing. My boyfriend says that if you come and do all of these amazing things with ceremony, your brain shifts. He says that if you tend to sweat and all the time, your biomide stress, you start to go into little stress, that it prepares your body to handle good stress. Because we all have stress, instead of just big stress. And then what he also says, that if I'm doing regulated rhythmic movements, that I'm doing what that elder did with the song. So let me tell you a story. I'm going to tell you a story. When I was 18 months old, and I'm right here, this is where I'm at in my stage between the white and the yellow. In the white and the yellow, Erickson says that that's when a baby learns to trust. And if my mom does a really good job, and my dad, that I can actually trust you and you and you, I can trust people. But if she doesn't know how to soothe me, or doesn't know how to attend to me and be in tune to me, then I'm not going to trust in this world. See how Erickson's like a huge part of this wheel? And so at 18 months, I went behind a fridge at a really old house. I mean, this house was so freaking cold. Anybody from Alberta? It is cold. Yeah, it's cold. And so I went behind the fridge because it was nice and warm, and I stood behind it, and I seen a frayed cord. Babies under the 2 years of life suck, soothe, swallow. They will put everything in their mouth. So at 18 months old, my system knew to regulate myself by sucking, soothing, and swallowing. And I put a frayed cord in my mouth. And so I almost died. And my mom heard this little thing, and she ran over and she brought me back to life. She saved my life. And my mom was really young when she had kids. She was 16 years old, and she didn't have tools. That's what was lost. The parenting skills, traditional parenting skills, was lost. She brought me back to life, but guess what that little being did? I couldn't trust a person. My internal working model, as soon as any stress, any event, any loss, any fighting, family conflict, family violence, in that 2 years of life, that internal working model is not going to work. It's actually not going to communicate. It's going to be, I'm going to not trust you. I'm going to take control of you. I'm scared of you. I want to connect with you. I want to be with you, but I can't connect with you. And so that got laid down in the brain. Cool, hey? Just kidding. But what happened, I'm healed, it's good, because the brain can heal itself. I had to go through a lot of therapy. And so as a child, I couldn't play. There's no playing for me. That meant I had to control everything. I'm the mom, you're the dad. I think I tried to kiss my cousin once, but we're gonna keep that a secret. I couldn't play with people. I couldn't play because I didn't know how to play. And when you're playing, you have to be safe. You have to feel safe. When your internal working model gets shifted at such a young age, there's no such thing as safe. The world is scary. People are scary. I can't play with you. So I would always, with anybody that wanted to play with me, it was on my terms. And if I didn't get my terms, I had a tantrum. Teachers loved me, by the way. And then as a teenager, well, as you can know, something also shifted in my brain that I actually have difficulties with reading and writing. I have a learning disability. So as a teenager, I experienced a few things. I experienced all my Indigenous friends sit at the back of the class. And I already seen how people treated them. So I'm gonna sit in the middle, I'm gonna hide. That's all I did was hide. Junior high and fight, I did fight. Junior high was a lot of hiding and fighting. And then I probably made out with a lot of boys. Please don't tell my mom. Hopefully she's not listening to this. But I was like an all-you-could-eat buffet. I'm gonna have a steak and a chicken, and I'm just gonna make out with these guys, and I don't care, because it's the only thing that made me feel good. And school was not a priority, because I couldn't read. I felt like something was wrong with me. So as a teenager, guess what my life is walking into? It's not walking into, I'm gonna go to university. It's walking into, well, I'm just gonna do life. Heck with everybody, gonna do it my way. So I started to go off the wrong path. And when I went off the wrong path, something deep, deep inside me knew that I can't do that there's more for me here, but I didn't know how to get back on the path. But people, random people, would come up to me and say, you should pray. Or my mom would say, you should go to a sweat. An elder who helped me with IPS, come into the sweat. And at first I'd make every excuse, and he said, excuses are for victims. And that got me. It's like, I'm gonna be at that sweat. And that's when I knew that there was something more. Ceremony, spirituality helped me in so many ways of going to this path and coming back. And so as an adult, I married the first guy that said, I love you. I never heard that word. And this guy looked like Matthew McConaughey. Anybody know Matthew McConaughey in the 1980s? He's hot. He was so good looking. He had the nice curls, the green eyes. And he said, like, you're hot, like just like that. And I was like, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I am. So I thought that was life. And then I had babies. And I thought, wow, I got a good life. I got married, he's good looking, I have these beautiful kids. That's not how it works, right? And so I realized, please don't ever marry for good looks, okay? Get them to get to know you. That at this age of being an adult, my babies were here. And when my babies were here and they're getting upset or they're fighting or they're being little poopy heads and they're not being okay, guess what would happen to me as an adult? I don't have a very good childhood. And to take it back another, my mom hid in cellars to hide from the social workers. So she didn't have a childhood. And so that's coming through. And when my kids were like, "Wah, you can't tell your child or anybody in the east direction, now stop crying. You can stop now, you're being unreasonable." You can't tell that to anybody that's here. What are they gonna do? They're gonna be louder. And they needed love. I didn't get that. I pushed all of that away as I was young. So they bring me back here, time visiting. And this is how I raise them. Go to your room. I'm going to spank you if you don't smarten up. That's to get control of something I can't control, because it was also done to me. Isn't that interesting? But when they were, and even when I was that, what if I just held them and went down to their level? What if I saw through their eyes? And so I left my husband, tried to go to therapy. Therapy sucked because they said I just need to change the way I was thinking. Went to ceremony, started to heal, and got my master's, and I traumatized my kids by bringing them to Edmonton so I could get my master's. They're good now. They like me still. But this is the opportunity to heal. This is what showed me that if I don't address this, my kids are carrying that. If I don't go back and heal little inner me or learn how to talk, I don't know how to talk in conflict. I don't know how to stand up for myself. I don't know how to speak assertively. That's skills that Western can help. I need to learn how to have boundaries. I have no boundaries. If I'm a therapist, I'd see you all for free. That's not good because that's terrible. But that's it. I just want to help people. I don't have boundaries. And so learning how to talk with conflict instead of avoiding or instead of coming at, I could learn that. Pretty cool, hey? I love this. What's really interesting is the two-eyed was my life. I couldn't be Indigenous. If I was going to be Indigenous at a young age, I would get beat up, and I also got bullied because of my face. So I tried to protect myself and dye my hair. I knew how to hide. And then as soon as it became a time of healing, being Indigenous was everything that Western could not do. And when I went into the Western, I was very specific. Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me what I need to say, but tell me how to heal my body. Body-based modalities are key to getting that nervous system regulated into feeling and healing. Body-based, trauma-informed modalities are very different. You have to ask for them. Ask for EMDR, ask for somatic attachment, ask for somatic experience, because they helped move things in my nervous system. Now, if they don't move things in my nervous system, my brain is always going to re-experience the past. I'm married now, I really like this one, I want to keep this one. I sometimes want to throw punch him because he's a lawyer. He thinks he's right, I feel like I'm right, but I'm learning how to be in relationship so I could trust him. I have to be vulnerable and I have to do this. I have to trust him. And so, two-eyed, using ceremony to really, really help me, to really ceremony, moving the energy through, spirituality, believing I'm a good person. I didn't have a very good past, but I'm a good person. That's spirituality. Creator, give me the signs. Creator, help me. I'm presenting. Ancestors, help me today to be here. And if I didn't heal that, I would not be standing in front of a group of people, because you're all very scary. You're a good-looking bunch, but you're pretty scary. And your body's programmed that your head can't fix. So I know you're not scary. Here's my brain. I know you're safe. I know you're okay, but my body doesn't. And I can't control my body until I move that energy through. So here's a little bit of Erickson's social emotional development that I talked about. The trust. And if I don't trust, then I'm going to fall into shame. Shame because I feel like I'm a bad person. As soon as the brain shifts, shame. I'm not going to be enough. And when I trust, I can also have autonomy. I can make mistakes. I want to make mistakes. Not all the time, but I want to make mistakes and still be okay because I'm a good person. Initiative versus guilt. Industry versus inferior. How many of us feel inferior? How many of us feel inferior in these two worlds? Whenever there is a group of people that are unequal or unequal because of their race, you will have mental health. Identity versus role. Who am I? I'm not my trauma. I'm not my addictions. I mean, I definitely had a good time making out with all those boys, but I don't recommend that. I'm not that. I'm a professional. I mean, I don't make up with boys now. I just want to be clear. Intimacy versus isolation. That we can have intimacy. That I could see you and we can laugh. I don't know you, but we're going to laugh. I can make you laugh. We're going to giggle a bit. I'm actually pretty funny sometimes. Integrity versus despair. I'm at the place now that we're giving back. How do we make this world better? How do we make this world better than how it was for us? And so that's what we can do. And so just, again, the brain goes back in time. If the brain goes back in time, it'll change your system. Your neurophysiology will shift, and you could shift your neurophysiology back with body. Anything with body, your water, your air, your earth, your fire, it knows what it needs. The body has the ability to heal itself. It may take 6 months of hard work to repattern a nervous system. Your brain needs to see something 21 times in order for that pattern to come in. 21 times you could get all of this, and you got it like that. If you listen to Dr. Michael Yellowbird's YouTube 21 times like I did, you got it, you got all that information, and then you're gonna fall in love with them, and then we're gonna join a face group that says that we are girlfriends. And I mean, sir, you look like you would be a good girlfriend too, of Dr. Michael Yellowbird. Just kidding. And so, what happens is that if the nervous system goes back in time, it goes back to where the energy is. So remember, energy is here. We need to move the energy here. Here, the energy is in our feet and our legs, because that's what keeps us alive. So maybe we need to do something with our hands, or maybe we need to go for a walk to get this energy out. And in here, we're solid. This matches with this, which is deep inside of us. We don't need to move energy, we're grounded. So the language, each part of the brain has its own language system. So if it's in the yellow, the language is, I'm gonna yell, I'm gonna shut down, I'm gonna scream. And we can't give that same language back to heal it. It just doesn't work. And then with the south, or the red, the language system is I'm gonna overpower you, or I'm gonna run from you and avoid you. That's what's happening in the brain. So you have 3 parts to the brain. They each have their own language system. Now, if we live in the yellow, we have tantrums, we get mad, we're never settled, we don't feel safe. It can alter our personality. And so once we're in a place where the brain is altered, because we can't live like that. It's survival energy. Survival energy is really goes from 0 to 10. If we live like that, your brain will fragment from the body. And that's where addiction comes in. Because you can't live like that. We're not made for pain. There is research from multiple people who study how culture and spirituality heals, that 83%, if somebody went into a program that was very culturally focused and ongoing, that 83% of that person would not go into addictions, just because of how it reprograms the nervous system within itself. All right, running out of time here. Okay, so intergenerational healing. Our nervous system always needs these things. If it doesn't have it, you're gonna die. Just kidding. But I mean, you're not gonna have a good life. You always need to learn. We never stop learning. As soon as we learn, that's this part of the brain, that's that blue direction, or in the west. As soon as we learn, we're actually regulated. And we can't learn if we're dysregulated. So that part of the brain is offline. We need to be balanced. Those elements need to be balanced. If you're a hard worker, play, sing, dance, laugh, balance. We always need to balance. The right and the left brain, that's a whole topic that can take me hours to discuss, but the brain, the right and the left brain always need to be balanced. The right governs all negative emotions. They're very important because they keep you alive, and the left governs all of the positive emotions. That needs to be balanced. If we live in stress, in constant stress, and the brain fragments, you've just reduced your life expectancy. Because cortisol eats the brain, and it attacks your body. We get arthritis, cancer, heart issues. That's stress. We need connection. How many of you just want to belong and connect? How many of you want to go in and you know that you know, you're a nice person, I like you? Who's got my baby? Just kidding. Connection. And we all need to heal. All of us Even the people that don't have trauma always need to heal. If we don't heal, something happens to our heart, our gut, and our brain. Complex trauma really can break that brain down. Culture has hidden so much proof at how it could bring the brain back. So the type of trauma that we have, developmental, relational, that now is a right brain injury, because that right brain can't communicate with the body. The right brain can't communicate with the left. And so if we say intergenerational trauma as, in connection to the brain, it's actually a right brain injury. And it's like a concussion. It's not going to communicate, because all of that is a communication system. And so culture is actually all right brain. I could spend a lot of time on that, but I only have like 5 minutes left. So here's a little piece about how it's right brain. It stimulates your vagus nerve, not Las Vegas, vagus nerve. It allows BDNF proteins. You have big darn native fellas. Where are my big darn native fellas? You're going to remember that, BDNF, because that's the protein that can make your brain grow. As soon as you're moving, dancing in sync, singing, you're producing BDNF. And BDNF needs that right brain to work. 5 minutes. Okay, drumming, rhythmic. Trauma is dysregulation. When we drum, we're producing rhythm. So our nervous system and the brain become in sync. Because if we're dysregulated, it means the brain and the body are not in sync. Okay. Culture is healing. I only have 5 minutes. Land-based healing changes your hippocampus and your basal ganglia. Land-based healing can change the frontal executive functioning. So they always have this research for psychologists that if you have ADHD children, ODD, OCD, ABCD, XYZ type children, you put them in land, they always do better, and it's because the brain changes. As soon as you start shifting the hippocampus, they become regulated because they can learn from that. And all of the activities that stimulate the cingulate cortex, which means it's up here. It's all in your frontal lobe. And your spiritual part of your brain, according to my boyfriend, is right here. As soon as I stimulate these parts of my brain, my body shifts. Okay. These are all really important. I'm just going to go like this. Geese. We look at the land. Geese teach us about communication. Did you know that? When we hear them in the fall, they're always talking. They're always speaking. The ones that have the strongest communications are the ones that lead. They teach us about communication. Isn't that really cool? If we want to be a leader, we got to learn how to communicate. The geese fly south, long journey. It's about communication. Salmon. The salmon swim upstream. And the salmon teaches us about not only leadership, but overcoming so many things. And if you're overcoming so many things, you're going to do it alone. You're not going to do it with a group of people. You're going to be by yourself. And the salmon do that. They do it by themselves, upstream, even backwards, in order to give back and produce more salmon. And some salmon will jump on the rocks and sacrifice so that there could be shade and more trees will grow. So the salmon teaches us about persistence, determination, and overcoming. So, salmon keep swimming. Geese keep communicating. Healing happens when somebody in the family feels. Because then we start talking. And in my family, we don't talk. And as soon as we start talking, then we can love and we could feel. willow tree. A willow tree can be broken, and it has the ability to heal itself through its wounds and its sap. So do you. Hi, hi. Thank you so much.
We want to thank Dr. Well, sorry, it's written as doctor, but that's a doctorate. You're doing doctor things. Lee Sheldon for being here today. So another round of applause for Lee and her incredible presentation. All the way from my hometown. I love it, love it, love it. Here you go, darling. I love that. Expandable toys. I love a presentation with toys. That's fun. All right, my friends, so we're about to begin our final ceremony, our closing ceremony, and then we're going to have our feast. So we're just going to wait for everyone else to arrive from the other sessions into the room, and then we're going to have our elders lead us before our feast with the closing ceremony. And a little reminder about the centerpieces I spoke about earlier, okay? Some of them have been brought out to the lobby to be smudged. A lot of the energies were gathered during our sessions during the entire week into those centerpieces. So we thought we would do a bit of a smudge and bless those pieces for you. So if you'd like to take home a centerpiece, you can go out into the lobby. They're already out there. They've already been smudged and blessed for you to take home on your way out. And once again, if you're on my flight, I don't want to see some prickly centerpiece poking me in the arm the entire time. Anyway, we'll take a bit of a break, a couple minutes, and we're going to start our closing ceremony. Okay. All right, everybody, we're just grabbing a little bit of our food, and people are grabbing their lunch right now. So those who are grabbing their lunch, we're going to let them come in with their food, and then we're going to start our closing ceremony prayers at 12:30, so everyone has a chance to come on in and have a seat. We want to have as many people in here as possible. So we're going to start our closing ceremony not at 12:15, but at 12:30. So we have a little bit of time to get settled in, and then we're going to end this beautiful week in such a good way with prayers and blessings. And don't leave yet, because we got some some food and some gathering and some visiting still to do. And we'll see you all very soon. No problem, darling. All right, everyone, welcome back from your morning sessions and the wrap up for our amazing 4-day gathering of wellness and love and storytelling and sharing. It's been such an incredible, incredible week for me. I'm so honored to be here in this territory, and I'm so thankful for all the kind words and selfies and hugs and loves. Thank you all so much for all of that. Another reminder again about the centerpieces. If you weren't here for the centerpiece conversation, we took them out of the room so we could bless them and smudge them for you. They carried a lot of the energies of the week. We wanted to make sure they were blessed and ready to take home. So they are out in the lobby, already ready to go. On your way out the door, please grab one if you can. They are free. So as we come together for our closing ceremony, we do so with gratitude for the teaching shared, the truth spoken, and the care shown to one another throughout this gathering. The closing ceremony and this beautiful feast will be led by Elder Verna McGregor and Elder Claudette Commanda, who will guide us in this closing gathering in a good way. So please help me welcome the elders to the stage, Elder Verna and Elder Claudette.
Actually, we're coming up on the stage.
Do a little jig.
Yeah. Okay, jiggy, jiggy, jig. Okay, so good afternoon. You know me, I like excitement and I like enthusiasm, so good afternoon. I love you guys. You got to show the excitement, you got to show the happiness, you got to clap the hands, and are you having a delicious lunch? Is it? So let's give a nice big clap to all the cooks. And the servers. Let's give thanks to all the servers like Ross and Dion. I want to thank you guys for taking good care of us these past 3 days. Ross, thank you. Dion, thank you. And to all of your team. I also want to say thank you to the survivors, always. Give our honor and thanks to the survivors. And I give a special acknowledgement and a thank you to the Algonquin survivors. To those of you from your communities, the Algonquin survivors, Chimigwedge, you know that we love you. To the families who are here, thank you. To the National Center of Truth and Reconciliation, Stephanie, to you and your team, thank you so much for taking good care of us. Denis and George, as well as Naomi with your organization, New Gen. Isabel, to you and your team, thank you. I already said thank you to the servers. And to you, the health support workers. I raise this grandfather eagle feather in your honor for the good work that you have done being here and supporting and helping the survivors. So thank you so much to all of you, the health support workers. We acknowledge you. These past few days, I've had opportunity to speak to survivors. I've also had opportunity to speak to the various programs and services that are in the communities. And regardless of where the communities are located, regardless of the program and services, there was two common messages. One, that these healing and wellness, these support services are greatly needed. Absolutely needed for the survivors, for the intergenerational survivors. And we are all survivors. I'm not a residential school survivor. I am a federal Indian day school survivor. My children are intergenerational survivors because of their grandparents being residential school survivors. My grandchildren are survivors. My great-grandson is a survivor. And they are also, my children are survivors of Indian day schools. When we think of survivors, we know the hardships, and we heard what was expressed articulately about trauma, but we also know that we are survivors, we are resistant, we're resilient, we're strong, and we know that that strength has come from the Creator. It has come from our ancestors who continue to pray for us. And is that not so beautiful and powerful to know that our ancestors, and maybe some of our ancestors whom we have never met in our physical lifetime, to know that they are there and they pray for us and they love us? Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? And we know our loved ones who have passed on into the spirit world, they continue to pray for us and to guide us. And as we are embarking on this in a few days, or the season of Christmas or happy holidays, they say it's a time of giving. And we need to give our love and our kindness to one another and to everyone. That is so important, because everyone needs love. We need to also acknowledge and remember that even amongst us at this time, there are those that are grieving the loss of a loved one. And we lift our hearts to you, and in our prayers we say those prayers because we know you're grieving and having a hard time. And I want you to know that we love you. Ben? Thank you. To go back to these funding programs, and we've heard it so eloquently expressed by the youth when they said what is so needed is funding, those for resourcing, funding. Those programs and services of healing and wellness in the communities, funding is needed, and I make a plea out or a call to action to government that they must continue to fund these much needed critical program and services of healing and wellness, because our people deserve to be and to live who they are accordingly to the Creator's law today and tomorrow and forevermore. Right? Right on. And if there's anything I can do to support that, you know I'm here for you, my sister, my sisters and my brothers, absolutely. I love you. I love you all. And I'm always honored to be part of gatherings. Stephanie, Sashta, Lisa, to you, the National Committee of Survivors, I thank you for welcoming me into your circle and including me to help you. I love you guys so much, very much. There's no words for goodbye in any of our languages, but what we do say, at least the way I was raised and taught by my grandparents, we don't say goodbye. What we do say, until we see each other again, you take good care. God bless you. Be well, be safe. And before I say these closing words, my good, beautiful friend and colleague here, Elder Verna McGregor, will bless each and every one of us with a closing prayer, and in her beautiful, kind way, of the medicine that she carries, the medicine of knowledge, the medicine of ceremony, and even that medicine of laughter, because we all know that laughter is medicine and it lifts our hearts. As much as food nourishes our body, so does our ceremonies lifts and nourishes our spirit, and the laughter just brings so much joy to our heart. And we need to enjoy life, because that's exactly what the Creator said. We've heard it throughout this session here. Live accordingly to what was rightfully ours, to be who we are as Anishinaabe people, no matter the nation that we come from, no matter the nation. Now I forgot what I was going to say now. Oh, yes. Okay. Because every now and then, I get this little moment of mindamuye. Like sometimes I'm a little old lady sometimes there, okay? But on behalf of my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandson, as we welcomed you, the Algonquin people, the Algonquin ancestors, into our beautiful, unsurrendered, unceded homeland, we say to you, our relatives, return home safely to your ancestors, to your lands, to your families. And we know that we will gather again, together in peace and love and friendship. And for Christmas, please enjoy Buddy the Elf. Don't be a Grinch, and may Santa be good to you. I love you all. Thank you very much. Miigwech. I love you. Miigwech.
Oh, miigwech, Claudette. Quick up. Bonjour tout le monde, à toutes, à tous. Hello, everybody. We're not indigenous kasi a kitakan sibi ni don't ba wag ne don't dem shit nim keep nesi tojiminendo and don't in so no gum. I'm very honored to be here today also, and I was your smudger this morning. The only thing is we forgot to put out the sign, smudging that way. So I said, but we did get people, so which is all good. I'd like to welcome you here also, yes, and I know Claudette has done this too, to our traditional lands. But I always talk about the significance of Ottawa here, and those of you who heard me speak before, it's like a broken record, but this place is so special, because for us, we're known as the Mamaninawag, and we would move with the seasons, and we're known for the birch bark canoe. And in the summer, we would meet here at the Chaudière Falls and at the Chaudière Islands too, because they are very sacred. And why? Because also it's that confluence of the rivers coming together from the four directions, similar to the medicine wheel, where it's north, south, east, west, the four seasons, four stages of your life. I know you heard this before, but also it's a center for balance. Your emotional, physical, spiritual, and mental. So I hope your gathering this past couple of days added to that learning of finding our balance. And also, too, as well, it was foretold, too, again, that after a hard season, a long period, that we will rise again. And again, too, I think gatherings like that add to that prophecy prediction that we will come back after this long period, which includes the residential schools, the day schools, colonization, really, and to heal the earth, because it was foretold that we will need to come together regardless of our differences because of what's happening with the planet. And so, again, too, and I've worked in family violence against women, but I like the elders, what they'd always say to as we're healing the women and children. What are we doing for the men to heal them as well? Because again, it's for the family unit. Because if we have this healing, maybe we heal also the life givers. We can heal the biggest life giver, which is Mother Earth. So again, it's gatherings like this that are important. And if you want to, I'm just going to say a little opening prayer. Closing prayer. I usually do openings, but we can have a few more days going. No. We do have the funding, right? No. Yeah. So really quickly, too, my mother started the Algonquin language program in the 60s. And she got pushback even from our own community. And not understanding what was going on. It was only in the 90s when I worked also at AFN that all these stories came out from the Royal Commission on residential schools. And for her she went to day school on reserve because when her parents would go to town, there was 8 children. When they took them a whole day, it took them a whole day to go to the town of Maniwaki for groceries. So when they would leave, my grandfather would leave my mother in charge of the gun because she was the feistiest of the 8, I guess. And he'd tell them, don't let the Indian agent take your brothers and sisters while we're gone. And when I learned that, I said, oh my God, it's like a child of war. And that's trauma and understanding. And so, and then when she went to day school on reserve, they were always bombarded about the language, and she was also punished for that, and like the language of the devil. And if you understand the language, how expressive it is, how deep even, because I was thinking about that, even like this Anishinaabe, that people say it means the people, Anishinaabe, but if you look at the syntax of the word, and I've been doing that a lot, because I used to help her with the language, Onishe is useful or very, very useful and nabe is to see. So with our creation story, it's like you had your to see ahead, onishe nabe, like useful to see ahead. And I think by learning these skills, by coming together, you become more onishe chinabia, anishinabek. So it's to see better in terms of we need a better future for our children. And I honor you for that. So I'm going to ask you maybe to stand, if you can. If you can't, that's okay. And I'm just going to say a little closing prayer to honor all of you and your ancestors and our ancestors. And I say, miigwech. Onje nigashketot. Chimon dose koshe nongo mame kakinapamats jikdenis wagonje che. Monjitnan one onje ya kikanama gewin. Onje kakina gujia anishnabek. Miigwech onje kakina gagijenda nonje mam degen in the kimanon. Skaki kwezin kaso in the kimanon widokwa kakinapamats jekonje nagduabdan kakina gujin in the kimanon. Mom degen nishnabe ki. Miigwech onje kakina ete kishagon kizis to be kizis a shechanang shak. We do kwa yan and nokumis non onje nagadawab dan kakina gujia nebi. Mom degen nebi punk sing CB saigan kachigagam. A shich we miigwech onje kakina ishkode. Gagi mijin chiminab toyang. We do kwa na shumsin on kizis onje nagadawab dan kakina guj ishkode. A shich kakina gujininawa gonje nagadawab dan kakina gujishkode a shijikwewa gonje nagadawab dan kakina gujianebi miigwechonje na sewen kagimijin chiminopamadsian we dokwa kakina mam dege gi akuzajik no gomya COVID-19 jinka dege chiminopamadswa shich kakina gujia akuzuwin we dokwa kakina guj pamadzajik ena biges miigwechonje kakina ninjina wen daganak na shom sinan na gokmas nan a shich na dabanoji shag na bashkadag ma mamtige kam shedenis wa gonje wido kwa chimashkauza waj koke ena bigis wido kwa kakina we si sak pimiswajik damagazajik akazajik kaye mijim wajik wido kwa kakina mamdige we mi god wajik non gom chuwana ki waj a shich chiminopamadzu waj ena bigis Kanche squat ni gwede simen, shich kana noj guch ni gwede simen, we doko shene na bigis, miigwech. I say miigwech 4 times again to honor the 4 directions, and I go around the medicine wheel and thanking the earth, the 4 elements, the universe, all the animals, and help people that are sick, the ones that are the Malgasajik that are poor, and the ones that are in conflict today, that we all need peace. And I think too, part of this residential school was part of our journey here, because I think too as well, it opened up this whole understanding about intergenerational trauma, historical trauma, because sitting with the elders in the lodge, I remember them telling me, you know, we've had this hardship since 1492 with Columbus, but if you really, really look at it, the people who landed on our shores were also escaping oppression and violence, because it takes a lot to leave a place that you're familiar with, where your ancestors are, to come to a new land because for a better life, because you're escaping danger, really. So as we're healing, everybody needs to heal. And why do we need to heal? Because look at what we're doing to the planet today. So we're all in need of a big healing, because it's not just the the human nations. Reconciliation also has to maybe include what we've done to the animals, the fish, the ones that fly, the ones that crawl. So again, too, as well, that's why this gathering is so important. So I'm going to close with a little song, because I want you to sing now. And I was going to sing this other song, but I'm going to sing my usual canoe song, because we're known for the canoe. And if you want to sit down, you can sit down, but I want to hear you. I did this with the scientists a couple of months ago, and they got all They got all scared. So I said, well, but they ended up singing anyway, so it's all good. So I'm going to sing you a traveling song. And so the second part, I want you to join in if you can. Just don't choke. Make sure you chew the food first. And or if you have your neighbor, make sure they know how to do the Heimlich maneuver. Ask them. No. Or pat them real hard and back. So the second part of the song goes like this. It goes, hey ya hey, hey ya hey, hey ya hey, hey ya ho, hey ya hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey ya ho, hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey, hey yo. Think we can do that? Yep. Yeah? Okay. So I'll do the first part, then we'll join in. And it's what I'm singing is, here they come. It's your relatives saying, here they come around the bend in the canoe. It's been a long time since they've been gone, but we're thanking the canoe for bringing them home safely. So, because again, language is so expressive. So here we go. Aja ye pisa gewe kwajiwe pina wigo kama Japan jiman jiman. Are we ready? Yep. No, I'm not. No, scared. Hey ya hey, hey ya hey, hey ya hey, hey ya ho, hey ya hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey ya ho, hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey, hey yo. Nongo gwecha bizagewe kwajiwe pina wigo kama Japan jiman jiman. Last chance, folks. Let's make a lot of noise. Let's scare the Weston. Let's go. Hey ya hey, hey ya hey, hey ya hey, hey ya ho, hey ya hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey ya ho, hey ya hey, hey ya hey ya hey, hey yo. Oh, you sing so well, Miigwech. Yes. Yeah. And nobody choked. I have a story of that too, though, really quickly. I went to this university, and I had this professor, and it was a gathering with this university, but this professor, for some reason, didn't like me too much. I don't know, you could feel it. So anyway, but what happened is we had lunch like this, and he sat at the table behind me. And then all of a sudden, I started to hear him go, and then he was getting up and he was going to the washroom. We had one of the nurses doing, it was for their PhD. So I said, hey, I said, he's choking. So he gets up and he gives, and I said, I'll go get the water. And so anyway, I went to get the water and a napkin for him, and he gave him the Heimlich maneuver. And I said, because I think if he went to the washroom, he may have choked to death. So we saved him, really. And after that, he always gives me a hug, Verna. And I told this to my office when I returned. I said, yeah, I said, he would have choked. And so he gave him the Heimlich maneuver, and the meat came out. We were eating roast beef. And she goes, well, what did you do after that? I said, well, I went to pick up the meat, and I gave it back to him and say, try again. Thank you, Miigwech, everybody.
Thank you, Verna Miigwech, for the beautiful prayer and song and your story. Take care, guys. Love you all. Oh, and, as I was thanking everybody, and I'm sure you're all going to agree with me, that we need to give a special thank you to our wonderful Lance Cardinal, our MC, and taking good care of us for the last days. Chi miigwech, Lance.
Hi, thank you, my dear. Thank you. Love you so much. Oh, we thanked those cooks many times, and we ate all their food, and it was delicious. Even those prairie chickens we had were good. Well, that's it, everyone. That's the end of our conference, the end of our time here, but the beginning of new conversations, the beginning of new initiatives, and I feel like the beginning of a new era for our own reconciliation in our own way, in our own communities, and I love that about these places. We come to these places, we learn, and we take it home with us, and that's so important. I want to thank everyone who shared their presence, their stories, and their strength, and as we part ways, we carry these teachings forward into our families, our communities, and our work. May you travel safely, take care of one another, and continue to walk this path with truth and care. It's been my honor to have been here with you these past 4 days, and this concludes the National Wellness and Healing Gathering. Thank you all, and I'm wishing you safe travels and happy holidays. May the Creator watch over you as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. Thank you all very much.